everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a public meeting of the board, and we have, with attendance, Trustee Leclerc is here in the other room, and we have regrets from Student Trustee Pine. I saw Trustee Cook in the building, and I haven't seen Trustee Chin. And I haven't seen the other student trustees, so I'm not really sure about their attendance. That's all I can tell you is what I see. But Trustee Leclerc said to mention that he was just in the other room. So approval of the agenda. Trustee Buckler, Trustee Sipcar, anything on the agenda? No. Motion to convene to private session. Trustee McKinley and Trustee Buckler, all those in support. Thank you. We're recessed to private session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Education Committee meeting held during Education Week. So, I welcome you all. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I will read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni, Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Huron-Wendat peoples and the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Thank you. Okay, moving on to attendance. We have regrets from the student trustees. And on the phone, we have Superintendent Clara Howitt. Good evening, Superintendent Howitt. And next to me, we, of course, have Director Houston in Clara's physical absence. So, moving on to the approval of the agenda. Do I have someone to approve the agenda? Trustee Leclerc, second by Trustee Nelson. All in support of the agenda. Thank you. That passes. Okay. Declaration of conflict of interest. Do we have any declarations of conflict of interest for this meeting? Seeing none, I'll move on to approval of the minutes. Do I have someone to move the minutes? Trustee Leclerc, second by Trustee Sipcar. On any questions? Okay, on support of the minutes? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Business arising from the minutes. Was there any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentation on Indigenous education update. Superintendent Howitt, you can hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll let you take it from here. Thanks.
Okay. I just want to know if the presentation's on the screen.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So you see the cover presentation, the cover page. So it's my pleasure to not be there physically, but join you virtually to provide you an update on Indigenous education for the Greater Essex County District School Board. If you move to the next slide, it states the Open Minds team. We're really fortunate to have Indigenous dollars directly aligned to supports for Indigenous students. This year we have 2 academic support teachers that work in our elementary panel. We're very fortunate to have an Indigenous graduation coach. We have a team of FMNI support workers. We refer to our Open Minds workers. Very excited that this year, tutors that provide learning outside of the school day for Indigenous students. And this year, also based on the guidance from the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee, we incorporated 2 instructional coaches in the elementary panel to support Indigenous education and 1 instructional coach in the secondary panel. And we also have 1 teacher consultant directly aligned, again funded by Indigenous dollars to support Indigenous education. On the next slide, you'll see that the presentation this evening is divided into 3 parts. How do we support Indigenous students? How do we engage community? And how do we support learning for all staff and students? The next slide indicates that we support, that the first part of the presentation is about supporting Indigenous students. If you go to the next slide, that has a title on the top that says Jordan's Principle. This indicates the service that we provide to our families. Families are not required to work through the board to apply to Jordan's Principle. But we do offer the service because many families are looking for specific supports in the area of supporting their child's education through Jordan Principle dollars. So you'll see on the screen that this year we had 110 requests that we supported families with applications that resulted in 41 EAs being aligned directly to support 52 students that identify as Indigenous. It also supports other items that directly support the education program, like information gathered through psych assessments and respite care and therapy and tutoring and vision tests and speech therapy. We are presently in the process of reviewing applications in providing applications for the 2024-25 school year, and we work very, very closely with the Special Education Department to do this work. On the next slide, it's focused on what is the support offered by the student support workers, the open mind student support workers. Well, primarily they focus on student achievement, providing meaningful opportunities for involvement in the learning environment and the overall experience in the school, not just from an academic perspective, but also from a social emotional perspective, and they support students with classroom management as well. They really provide an overall emotional, intellectual, and physical support to the students from an Indigenous perspective, and they also develop individual sense of physical, social, emotional, and cultural balance because there's a high level of cultural infusion in their work and working with students. On the next slide, you'll see the Indigenous support workers, and you'll see that it indicates that they are with weekly or biweekly schools. Not all schools in the system are listed on this slide. However, all schools can access support. We have workers specifically aligned to schools with high populations of Indigenous students and also based on their needs. So they're either providing weekly or biweekly support to the schools listed, and then we have schools with monthly support. But we do provide a link to the system to administrators and support teams within schools that if any Indigenous student requires help and is not part of the regular weekly or biweekly or monthly support, that all they need to do is fill in that electronic form, and we allocate a member of the team to provide support to the student and or their family and, of course, the school. On the next slide, you'll see some of the work that Adrian Klein does in the system. He provides the academic support in the classroom. He does a lot of work around beading and artwork that way with the students, art activities that include beading. He provides wellness support. The strength that Adrian brings to the table is his strength and understanding of dance, Indigenous dance, so he really engages the students that way. All members of the teams also support Jordan Principal applications. He does read alouds with students and provides awareness within the school and awareness among peers for Indigenous students. And he also does system event planning, one of which last year he launched in partnership with SOHAC, a partnership to offer cultural nights, Indigenous cultural nights. They were a big success last year at King Edward, and this year they're being hosted at Westgate School. On the next slide, you'll see Andrea Blanchette and some images of the work that she does with students in schools. She does a big focus on the month moving up to the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. She does heart posters with the students, beading as well. She offers an after-school homework help. They do friendship bracelets and rock your mocks, bulletins, and she does read alouds. And she's the key person in helping to navigate and develop the relationship with families around Jordan's principle and advocacy that way. You'll notice there's a little bit of difference between each of the support workers because they survey the students, talk with them, interview their families with what is best for the students that they serve on a regular basis. The next slide shows Crystal Michener. Crystal is with fewer number of schools. She provides academic support in the classroom and provides a whole host of supports for cultural activities like candle making and beading, as well as well-being support. On the next slide, we have Kelsey Augustine, who joined us this year. Kelsey does language-based games with students, engages in art, provides one-on-one support, does lunch and learns and student engagement and wellness sessions for lunch with students, and does read alouds as well. On the next slide, you'll see Rain Whited. Rain is new to us this year too. He does group readings and activities that support language and traditional art activities, offers homework support, and does moccasin making with the students. And then on the next slide, you'll see Zoe, who started with us also this year. She provides academic classroom support, does beading, well-being support, is a strong advocate for families and building relationships with schools, engages in many art activities, including clay and drawing, and does planting of the Three Sisters. And on the next slide, you'll see Loyal Big John. Loyal joined us this year. He works as a student support worker half-time, but he is our key person and leading the Anishinaabe-Moan language program. This year, that pilot program is running half-time at Westgate, Begley, Hetherington, and John Campbell, and he supports 18 students. There's a growing interest in this language program, and we're hoping to extend the program to full-time next year, and we're exploring that right now. On the next slide, you'll see the work of Angel Rennell, who is our Indigenous graduation coach. Angel does a fantastic job of identifying and removing barriers to enable Indigenous students to really engage in their learning at school to support their student achievement and their overall sense of well-being. She really focuses, her whole program is about establishing trusting relationships with the students and their families and with the community. And because of that engagement and investment in relationships, there's a whole level of confidence that has been developed for the system in benefit of the students and their families. She also helps to identify supports and strategies and milestones to provide support to students to their chosen secondary pathway. On the next slide, you'll see that Angel works with all 16 locations, including SWAC at St. Clair Pass at both Mason and Amherstburg, and the community kitchen. So she's primarily in schools, either weekly or bi-weekly. That's Walkerville, Herman, Kingsville, Kennedy, Riverside, and Westview, that has the highest population of Indigenous students, and she does monthly visits to all the other schools. If there's a student in need, however, Angel would make herself available to any one of those monthly schools. The next slide shows our graduation data for this year. We have a total number of 65 students who were enrolled this year, 2023-24, that could graduate. The total number eligible for graduation as of this June 2024 is 52, which is an 80% graduation rate. However, please keep in mind we had a total of 8 students returning to grade 12 who have graduated between first and second semester. So that leaves us with a 92% graduation rate of the potential number of students that could graduate this year. We do have 5 students who were enrolled but have had difficulty with attendance, and so one of our foci for next year is really investing even deeper on re-engagement of students that are disengaged. On the next slide, you will see that the number of students who are going to St. Clair are 31, the number going to university are 8, and the number who have entered apprenticeship programming after graduation are 4, and then there are a number of students who are taking a gap year or entering the workforce, and that's 9 students. The graduation coach has created multiple opportunities for students to engage within the community and consider different pathways. There was the Dreamer Day that occurred in October, and where students visited hundreds of booths in Toronto of experiences in the trades and STEM. Students had the opportunity to listen to Indigenous keynote speakers, and they spoke to employers and post-secondary institutions. They also had Aboriginal post-secondary information program where students attended the AP-SIP tour at St. Clair College, where they were able to meet and speak with Indigenous staff members from over 14 Canadian colleges and universities. We also had the students engage with the St. Clair College FMNI Student Day, where they were able to explore the different departments and programs of their choice. And those departments, the top choices included health science, arts, trades, automation, and social sciences. On the next slide, you'll see that the students had a day specifically for them at grades 11 and 12 at the University of Windsor. They had the opportunity to explore departments of interest and completed hands-on activities at each station, and they toured the campus, including making connections with the Indigenous student success workers. On the next slide, you'll see that we had an alternative pathway and enhanced opportunities information session for families. It was held in December, and they learned about programming, specifically dual credits and a school within a college, community kitchen, and the enhanced construction program, as well as spring apprenticeships and OPS and PATH. There was also an FNMI Trades and Technology Day that was held for students from grades 6 to 12, where parents and teachers were invited to take part in an information and interactive career day along with the students. They learned about career opportunities and possibilities, and the Skills Ontario Trades and Tech mobile truck was there, which was very engaging for the kids. And this event was held at St. Clair College on the campus. And then Angel also offers multiple opportunities to find information about scholarships and band funding for not only the students but their families. On the next slide, you'll see the kids were having lots of fun working at height certification. So 46 of our students were offered this opportunity to earn their working at height certification free of charge, and they also left with a free pair of boots. At Riverside, at our own Riverside Secondary School, they hosted a trades day for 20 of students who identify as FMNI. They had the opportunity to learn how to frame a shingle roof. They did welding and soldering. They worked with sheet metal and created a metal toolbox. And they not only left with new skills, but they each brought home a toolbox, and they even brought home a pipe coat rack that they made. And they, too, were provided with a free pair of boots. On the next slide, you'll see, again, great partners with St. Clair and the University. St. Clair School of Media Arts and Design. They held special presentations for students at Kennedy and F.W. Herman, where the dean and his staff and instructors came out and presented to students from grade 9 to 12. Students learned about the jobs that are in demand in contemporary society, programs of study and scholarship opportunities, and the criteria for admissions to those programs. And then also there was an alternative pathways OEAP SHISM apprenticeship info session for grade 9 to 12 students at Herman Academy. And thanks to the great team and student success, specifically Courtney and Amanda, who led a presentation for the students that they found extremely interesting and informative. On the next slide, you'll see that Angel also provides community service hours workshops to make students aware of, opportunities that they could gain their community service hours, and then offers one-on-one consultation with students to make sure they meet this graduation requirement. And then today, students were in Toronto for a trip to Skills Ontario. They engaged in hands-on STEM activities and career exploration stations and learned about skill trades and tech career pathways. And also coming up a little later this month is applying for OSAP application workshop for students and their families to learn how to apply for OSAP loans as well as scholarships and bursaries. On the next slide, you'll see upcoming events for future university students. If they are considering or have been accepted, they'll have the opportunity to go to the university and meet the staff at Turtle Island and meet students that are in the program that identify the same way they do, and students will receive resources to help them prepare for the fall. Also for students going to St. Clair, they'll be going in June, and they'll be connected to the FMNI Student Services and visit the Indigenous Student Center. And students will be provided with tips and resources and meet staff to be fully prepared for their entry to college in the fall. Students who are attending post-secondary schools outside of Windsor-Essex, they are given virtual opportunities to connect. Them and their parent guardian are given opportunity to connect with those schools, again, to best prepare the student for their transition in the fall. And then we have a grade 8 meet and greet info day to help prepare students who are transitioning to grade 9, and important information and resources are provided to students and families. On the next slide, you'll see the Save the Date poster. This is a grand event that we host now. This is, I think, our third year of doing a face-to-face. Indigenous student graduation celebration. We worked with our IEAC to determine the date, location, and format for the event. It will occur at the Fogelach Berlin. And as I mentioned earlier, all those students that will be graduating along with their families and special guests will be engaged in an amazing celebration that is culturally infused. And we're really excited about that. On the next slide, you'll see information about our academic support teachers. These are teachers that specifically focus on literacy and numeracy for students that identify as Indigenous, and they start with diagnostic assessments. It's student strength-based, and it's relationship-based. Interviews are done with families, with students, with teachers of homeroom, the homeroom class, and the students are provided very direct interventions, and it's about building confidence and building their skills in the area of literacy and numeracy. On the next slide, you'll see that one of the teachers works at Prince Edward, King Edward, Begley, and Fort City. She works with 40 students, 30 of which receive both literacy and numeracy, and 6 receive only literacy, and 4 receive only math. On the next slide, you'll see the number of skills students moved forward with. So it's not level, the number of skills that they advanced with. So of the students that she works with, 34.3% have moved 3 or 4 skills plus forward. 20 students have moved 2 skills forward, and 31.4% have moved 1 level. Those students that did not move are students that are non-attenders in the program. So we continue, again, our area of opportunity is re-engagement of students. When you look at the next slide, you'll see the progress of students for those that attend with 50% attendance to 100% attendance, that they do much better than students that are have low attendance or no attendance in the program. On the next slide, you'll see the same information as to attendance and progress for literacy scores. And on the following slide, you'll see the second academic support teacher works at Westgate, Marlborough, and Hetherington and Forest Glade. They work with 48 students. 23 of them receive both math and literacy, 12 receive only literacy, and 13 receive only math. And again, this is very direct one-on-one or small group support with the students. On the next page, you'll see the advancement of students that they've made with the quick phonics screeners and the number of skills that they had advanced. 34.1% have improved 3 to 4 skill levels. An additional 14.6% have moved 2 skill levels, and 31.4% have moved 1 skill level. On the following slide, again, very similar to the other academic support teachers, when the students are engaged and getting that regular support, they advance quickly in their math skills. And on this next slide, you'll see the very same, again, when students are present, attending on a regular basis, are advancing much more quickly with their literacy skills, which speaks to that regular, constant interaction with students with very specific learning strategies that are used. On the next slide, you'll see information about our Making Connection tutoring program. It is designed specifically for students who identify from grades 1 to 12, and they offer additional support specifically in literacy and numeracy. They can get up to 20 hours of tutorial assistance over each semester. This program is, again, relationship-based. It's very in-depth conversations and meetings with parents, with the students, with the homeroom teacher, and the tutor. On the next slide, you'll see that we offer regular support to 23 students. And with input from the IEAC, we have this posting prepped for the very first day of school. It goes out, we consult with our unions, it goes out and we fill those positions right away and start tutoring typically by the 3rd week of September, with allowing for time for the posting to occur in consultation with our unions. On the next slide, you'll see Camp Megazay, a very favorite part of our summer camps. The camp this year will be offered to students in grade SK to 6. There'll be 2 to 3 classes at each site. When we engaged in conversation with our Indigenous Education Advisory Committee last July, they really wanted to see an opportunity for students in the county. So last year was the first time we offered it at Ojibwe Nature Center, and this year we'll be adding Hillman Marsh. It'll include 180 minutes of literacy and numeracy instruction, as well as recreation at the university and Nature Fresh Center opportunities. There'll be daily land-based learning experiences, and of course, there'll be an infusion of Indigenous language learning and integrated cultural components for the students. The next slide indicates community engagement. If you go to the following slide, you'll see that we've hosted a winter round dance at Westgate Public School, always a popular event. We've hosted paint nights at Bell River Public School with Moses Lemlem from Kettle and Stony Point First Nations, and students and families created memorable art pieces together in community. We're also presently hosting cultural nights this year at Westgate Public School. The last event had almost 200 people in attendance. They're really fun and really enjoyable for the community and anybody who attends. On the next slide, you'll see also from a community basis, we have our regular IEAC meetings. This year, we've moved to electronic newsletters, and of course, we have our Open Minds Facebook page. The cultural nights, we're having a June gathering this year, and the name, and I hope I get this right, is Ma Jindewan. It's the name for gathering. And so we're really excited about that. I'll speak about that in a moment. And then, of course, any continued partnerships with communities in terms of powwows and any round dances, we always try to leverage that. On the next slide, we have a slide that showed a special community event that we hosted in December at Walkerville. It was Crystal Shawanda, who, when she did her presentation in school, she talked about how she loved music, and she never saw herself in any musical artist. So she talked about her path and how she's become a singer that's really quite popular. And what I love about her work is she gives positive messaging for students. So this was another great night in our community. On the next slide, you'll see support for Indigenous education in the classroom. So I talked a little bit earlier, we've integrated instructional coaches, so they focus on integrating Indigenous content across the curriculum and demonstrating and promoting diversity and cultural understanding. There's a link that teachers use to connect. If you see the following slide, Sean, Katie, and Vanessa. Vanessa pretty much works with all of our secondary schools, and Katie and Sean, you'll see the schools on the screen that they've connected with predominantly this year, some more than others. And also on the next slide, you'll see instructional coaching focus. Their focus is on integrating curriculum and selecting resources in elementary, and in secondary, it's co-planning and selecting resources. On the next slide, you'll see a resource that was developed with the help of Vanessa Bluto and working in collaboration with Tina DeCastro. But there's a whole bank of information that's been put together around short stories, poetry, analyzing literature, landmarks within our community as a support for our teachers to access and integrating Indigenous knowledge and culture and people into our classrooms. On the next slide, you'll see an update on the curriculum, primary social studies curriculum. You'll see there's 4 areas that they raise in consciousness, if you will, from grade to grade, but it's really about a reclaiming and revitalization of the identity of Indigenous people, the impact of residential schools, traditional Indigenous territories, as well as a focus on relationships and responsibility to the environment. On the next slide, you'll see that we did like a 30,000-foot overview during our November 17th PD session for primary teachers, and that was led by Tina DeCastro. And then on the next slide, you'll see we've led professional development sessions for groups of teachers in grade 1, 2, and 3, where they learn about connecting to the land, learning historical knowledge, supporting and how to support best Indigenous families and students. There was an unpacking of the curriculum and an exploration of resources to better equip them to teach the updated curriculum. On the next slide, you'll see some of the resources that are in our schools right now and some that are coming, again, all funded by Indigenous dollars. And on the next slide, you'll see secondary kits that are available with the focus of different novels in support of Indigenous history, culture, and people. On the next slide, you'll see what we did for Truth and Reconciliation Week in September of 2023. And we had lots of involvement in terms of providing a sway that staff used and bringing awareness. Sessions with, again, the artist Moses Lenlum, where 123 classrooms engaged in creating art with him. We offered lunch and learns. And I really want to commend the Greater Essex staff for their interest in helping to create and mobilize knowledge during this time. And I also want to thank Tina DeCastro. The supports that she creates for the buildup of this day is really a labor of love. You'll see on the next slide some of the things that happened. There was flag raisings, there were honor walks, there were informational announcements, and of course Orange Shirt Day and various campaigns to support Orange Shirt Day that were very popular in moving up to that day. On the next slide, you'll see what we did for Treaty Recognition Week, again offering informative sways and resources and highlights available electronically. On the next slide, you'll see the large art piece that was developed originally with Moses at Westgate Public School, and that's traveled our schools in support of understanding about our land acknowledgement. It's actually quite stunning and is making its way around to different schools. And then in the next slide, you'll see a host of additional items that were highlighted during Treaty Recognition Week. Again, the piece around the land acknowledgement, a Let's Talk series, and then live stream sessions that were offered to varying grade levels to students, and again, were accessed by teachers and students from across the system. On the next slide, you'll see that they also offered teaching tips for about treaties in classrooms from K to 12. Kathleen Dockstader from Oneida of the Thames and Maurice Switzer from Alderville First Nations supported that dialogue with teachers from K to 12. And then there was a host of resources that were also provided as well. And then on the next slide, I talked about Shawanda doing a community event, but she also visited 11 schools during that week, and I attended one of the sessions, the shows, and it was extremely well received and very, very positive energy in the room and the messaging from Shawanda. And I can confirm she's going to be joining our graduation ceremony this year. So the community is really excited about that. On the next slide, you'll see that we have sessions that were offered again with Moses and other electronic sessions that were offered to support honoring Earth Day from an Indigenous perspective. On the next slide, you'll see I'm super excited about this, and this too came from our Indigenous Education Advisory Committee. They really wanted community to engage in a gathering instead of a powwow this year. They wanted a really authentic experience. There will be both Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. It will be at the Chicharo Club. We have the pavilion outside, so it's going to be connected to the land. We also have Salon C, where we'll have learning lodges going on, and we'll have some of our vendors with authentic Indigenous food to help bring knowledge and understanding that way. So more information to come up on that. On the next slide, you'll see we have QR code resources that have been developed to support National Indigenous Peoples Month. That's coming up in June, and that's going to be shared with our teachers very shortly. And then on the last slide you see coming soon, we have more resources of virtual sessions that will be shared with teachers to celebrate Indigenous Month in June. So with that, I know that was a lot of information, but I think it exemplifies the good work that's happening with the Open Minds team, the collaboration with the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee, and members of the team, including, again, Tina DeCastro and the entire Open Minds team to help support Indigenous education in our schools. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions, Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this very comprehensive introduction. It's very, very good. And I have a question that we did a lot. We hired a lot of staff focusing on this topic, and it's good. I wonder, since now our budget is very limited, and can we find a way to use more volunteers instead of put money on hiring the support coach or advisors, those, and because I realize that different groups of school are taken care of by different people, and they have each person have very good ideas about the programs, but for each school, the indigenous student can only get the service of one kind of program, and we don't need that different. We can have one design and put that to all the schools so all the indigenous students can benefit. So I'm just thinking of how can we balance the budget, and because now we really in huge debt, and we have already known that many boards are cutting teachers' positions. So the basic function of the board system has been affected. So that makes me think when we try to develop those kind of services, can we consider balancing the budget?
Director Hudson.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
through you, Madam Chair. You are right. We have a significant deficit that needs to be addressed. However, I really want to underscore here that dollars that are identified specifically in support of Indigenous students are protected dollars. And any of the work that is done is consulted through the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee. And from a sovereign perspective, they have self-determination on what those dollars, they guide us very clearly on what those dollars should be spent on, and we stay within that budget. So appreciating that there is a deficit, please know, however, these dollars are protected in support of Indigenous students. So, and I defer to the director if she would like to add anything else.
Director Huston.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, and to Superintendent Howitt's piece. When we are funded from the ministry, we are funded specifically in an envelope dedicated to Indigenous. We cannot use that money for anything else in any way, shape, or form. All of those dollars, which you see every time when the budget's presented, must be spent towards supporting our Indigenous students in our community. We cannot use that money elsewhere to support any other work of the board. So what we receive for that funding is specifically spent on them, and there is no deficit in that area of the budget. We spend every dollar we receive.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just on that, and just to further that, when in the presentation, and thanks Superintendent Howard for that, Jordan's principle is cited. We know that that is part of Truth and Reconciliation, but it's a federal federal money to address concerns in specifically again for Indigenous families. So that wouldn't come in the new core education funding, for example. That wouldn't be recognized in other things. So that also would help alleviate some of the stress on our regular budget, where we think that we might have to go beyond what we're given in the core education funding that is enveloped to help support those families. So I just wanted to mention that it's sometimes federal money as well.
Are there any other questions for Superintendent Howitt regarding the presentation? Seeing none, I want to thank you very much, Superintendent Howitt, for an excellent presentation, a very fulsome look at all of the great things that we've been doing at our board for our students. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to delegations. There were no delegations. And speakers list, there's no one on the speakers list. There was no new business. There's a report that was in your package. Insight in Canadian Achievement Test Report. Who will be responding to questions?
Through you, Madam Chair, it will depend on what the questions are.
Okay.
And
So
I've been out
you
of spec
will-
ed for a little bit, but I'll do my best. And if not, then we will provide answers back to trustees.
Okay, great, because I noticed Superintendent Mills is not here, so. Okay, Trustee Nelson, you have a question on that?
Yes. So on page 5, who should complete the test? It says children new to Canada experiencing ESL issues may be exempt with the principal's permission. I'm just wondering under what circumstances does may be enacted?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question that I can answer. So it will depend on their proficiency when they arrive. So there's different countries. A student may come, for example, with 0 language proficiency, or they may come with a higher level proficiency, but still not have English to the level of being born in Canada, English speaking. So if they're coming, for example, a student may not have any schooling from the previous country they're coming from, if it's, through war and they've lived in camp and stuff like that. So that would determine, depending on what schooling they had and what their proficiency would be to actually even be able to understand the test, to be able to write it, they may be exempt. Once their level, depending on what grade, so if it was a grade 2, for example, depending on how their English proficiency progresses, they may be tested in a different year as they progress.
So if they're experiencing issues, they still may have to take the test.
Correct, but we look very carefully at students who are newcomers to us, because oftentimes that test isn't the most important thing to be done. There may be other things that are a higher priority for them.
Any other questions of the report? Trustee Burgess.
I'd like a general question, and I'm sure if Superintendent Mills was here, he'd be able to answer, so I'm going to look over here through you, Madam Chair. This is a testing that we are not obligated to do. We are not obligated to undertake it. Over the last very recent several years, EQAO has had a major overhaul, and some of our questions have been about how do we compare year over year, now with any kind of results in planning and making any kind of remedial action and whatever for when we get our EQAO results, etc. Why do we keep investing in this? And it's an optional thing. I'm convinced, I'm not asking it rhetorically, I'm asking it sincerely, that because it is an expense, but why do we find this valuable, and what is the nature of this, like being a norm test or not, or whatever, that makes it valuable to us to maintain this annually?
That's a great question. So through you, Madam Chair, this testing would be different than what EQAO tests. So EQAO is around reading, writing, and numeracy. Students also now do the cadence testing in terms of early intervention for reading. This test provides a whole host of additional information that different individuals would look at with different lenses. So although it may seem like it's duplication, it's not, particularly when you're testing the students in grade 2. You can already identify some gaps, whether it be special education needs, or what could we do as a quick intervention to close the gap so they're prepared to write the grade 3 EQAO assessment.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we will move on in our agenda to trustee question period. Are there any questions for the director tonight? Or Superintendent Armstrong? Or Superintendent Allender? Looking. Trustee Chen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding test. And when I go to election campaign, and many, talked with me regarding there are certain group of students, they cannot, pass the test, and they cannot catch, what they learn, but they are not, they are arranged to go, year by year upper level, and so the teacher feel frustrated with that, and also they think that the students who are behind might have less self-confidence because they cannot catch, and they are lower and lower and in the class. So I wonder if we have think about it and do some adjustment, like to help those kids behind, and if possible, keep them for one more year, and then go to upper level. So that's the question.
Director Houston?
Sure. So through you, Madam Chair, you mentioned about pass the test. I'm assuming you mean pass the grade. Because passing the test would be, like if you're referring to EQAO as an example?
Maybe pass the grade is better, yeah.
Okay, so there's a difference between elementary and secondary. In secondary, if you don't meet the requirements of the curriculum, you don't get the credit. So you don't pass per se, and you don't go on to grade 10, for example, if you didn't pass the credit in grade 9 English. Through kindergarten through to grade 8, we do promote students unless there's a very extreme reason not to. There's a substantial amount of research around when you hold children behind, if they haven't achieved the curriculum expectations, the impact on them and their self-esteem, their confidence, and their ability to learn. A whole host, I'd actually encourage you to read it, about the detriments of holding a child back a grade when the students and their peers are advancing grades, and the impact that that has on them and their mental health and well-being, as well as their progress academically. And we always, and you mentioned about closing the gap, teachers in our classrooms every single day, that's what we do, is close the gaps to the best that we can in order to prepare them for when they do go to high school, because at that point, they will not pass if they're not prepared. A huge amount of time in our elementary schools is spent specifically focused on closing those gaps year over year and identifying the students when the gap gets wider, what interventions need to be put in place for them, and that's the art of teaching.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, moving on to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Announcements. I believe we have a bunch of it. Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make an announcement about 2 events during the month of May. The first is Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, and that was proclaimed federally in 2018 as well as provincially in 2012. And just as a little historic note, the first Jews arrived in what would become Canada back in 1760. I'm sure most of you didn't know that trivia question, but they came as members of a British regiment and have been in Canada ever since. And the month of May gives time to recognize and celebrate the rich heritage, history, culture, and contributions of Jewish Canadians to our country. And I would like to give a shout out to ETFO. Mariel, are you here? Yes. Good job they've been doing for a number of years, providing learning resources for Jewish Heritage Month. And this year's was fabulous, a great resource for our classrooms, and I would say that their resources were also helpful for me in my household to learn and celebrate my heritage. So thank you so much to ETFO for seeing the importance of that. And also, I thought it was interesting to note that the Ontario legislature in 2001 proclaimed the month of May as South Asian Heritage Month for the same reason, provides an opportunity to learn, understand, and celebrate the culture, heritage, and contributions of South Asians in Canada. So I wanted to make sure that we took note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Buckler.
I just wanted to share that on May 23rd at 5 o'clock, we will be having the community meeting to say farewell to DM Eagle. We are getting ready to open our new Beacon Heights.
Thank you. Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, there are many celebrations of schools closing, including Jack Minor, Kingsville Public School, and Kingsville District High School. And they're May 15th, I think, 16th, and the 31st. And lots of celebrations, a lot of volunteers, a lot of work. And I commend all of those who have put all of that work together. And they're going to have a bittersweet and a good celebration at those venues. So, thank you.
Any other announcements? Okay, I would just highlight a couple since Trustee Hatfield's already highlighted a couple. That saves me a little time. I won't highlight all of them. You can see them, and if you'd like a copy of this, I'm sure Ms. Pavia will be happy to send you a copy. But we've also got this month Polish Heritage Month, Hearing Loss Awareness Month, and Dutch Heritage Month. As well, we this week we're currently in Education Week and Fit Week at the GECDSB, and there's a lot of fun things happening. I guess I missed the invite for the pancakes. So, well, I appreciate that they got pancakes. So that was a great idea. And May 15th, International Day of Families. May 17th, International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. Several other, Music Monday was just held yesterday. That was fabulous. As well, yesterday was Children's Mental Health Week started. So there's a lot of exciting things happening in May. So take time to check them out. And with that, I think that's, see if I reach the end of my, we are now adjourned as we've done everything on our agenda. We will convene into Ops and Finance in just a short minute.
All our members are in attendance, with the exception of our two student trustees who are not with us this evening. Motion to approve the agenda. Trustee Hatfield, Trustee Nelson, all in support. That's passed. Declaration of conflict of interest. No conflicts of interest. Approval of the minutes from April 2nd. So somebody to move those minutes. Trustee McKinley, Trustee Buckler, all in support. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? Trustee Burgess.
We're going to have a presentation this evening. We've already approved the agenda, but I'm just wondering, are we going to be hearing about the core education funding and some of the changes, that kind of thing? Okay, thanks very much, because I know there was reference, but.
And now we get on to the meat and potatoes, if Mr. Mayhew's ready. We have item G1, a presentation on the Ministry of Education funding update.
Good evening. Thank you. Sorry for the technical delay. I apologize because originally I think if it was our preference, we would have given you a report. So you would have had something to read and to digest. But it's been quite frankly very difficult. I was writing PowerPoints this morning. It's been hard to absorb everything. Sorry, thank you. This is awkward. Oh. Pardon? That's okay. On April the 26th, 2024, the Ministry of Education released the 2024-25 education funding. Significant changes in the funding formula were announced. This presentation will provide trustees and the public with a brief overview of the 24-25 education funding. So this is a slide we'll show you, as you're already familiar with, and I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to see the triangle there, with the funding that the board currently receives under the current formula. So we receive grants for student needs funding, or GSN, which we're familiar with. We receive priorities and partnership fundings, or PPFs, and we also receive capital funding. And again, it's a little tricky. I apologize. It's tricky to read. The GSN is made up of 18 grants, as shown in the first box on this slide, and 77 allocations. The GSN includes some funding elements that are not permanent and has many enveloping provisions that are not easy to identify unless you're reading the technical paper. The priorities and partnerships funding has 10 themes, as illustrated in the middle box of this slide. This funding is time limited and supports specific priorities of the ministry. Capital funding consists of 5 primary grants, which have conditions on how they may be spent. For example, school renewal and school condition improvement funding have specific maximum thresholds on how much must be spent on building components versus site improvements like painting, paving, and parking lots. 3 Ps. Next slide. In response to the Better Schools and Student Outcome Act, the ministry revised the 2024-25 education funding. They've done it to enhance transparency and strengthen accountability and publicly funded education, to manage within existing funding envelopes, and as according to the Ministry of Education, they've indicated that the revised education funding is neither an expansion or a contraction of funding. They've also implemented the new funding to minimize funding redistribution impacts and to make education funding easier to understand. So this is what we look like now in 24-25. We still have 3 buckets of funding. We now have core education funding, which we now just call Core Ed. We have responsive education programs, which we call REPS. And we have building, expanding, and renewing schools, which we call BERS. Lots of new acronyms. So as I've just mentioned, the GSN is now renamed Core Education Funding, or Core Ed, as I'm going to call it. It's now made up of 6 funds, as shown in the first box on this slide, and 27 allocations. Core Ed funding provides permanent and ongoing operating funding to school boards and funding to maintain schools. The PPF is now renamed Responsive Education Programs, or REPS. It has 9 themes as illustrated in the middle box on this slide. This funding provides targeted, temporary, time-limited supplemental funding to school boards based on government priority themes. The capital funding is now named Building, Expanding, and Renewing Schools, or BERS. I personally think capital funding is pretty straightforward, but there you have it. And it consists of 6 funds. BERS provides funding for the construction, purchase, additions, renovations of schools, the maintenance and improvement of the condition of schools, as well as debt service costs. Debt service costs has been transferred from the former GSN to BERS for 24-25. I feel really weird saying BERS. The pie chart on this slide illustrates the 6 funds and the total system allocation to the funds. The total projected core education funding for the system is $28.64 billion, with the classroom staffing fund representing the largest allocation, followed by the Learning Resources Fund. So this is a breakdown of the Core Education Fund, and you can see the funds are on the left-hand side of the screen. The purpose is on the right-hand side. So the first one is Classroom Staffing Fund, or CSF, and again, you're going to have to acclimatize to those acronyms. This supports the majority of staffing in the classroom for all students. It includes the teachers, ECEs, and some EAs. The Learning Resources Fund, that supports staffing that's typically required outside of the classroom, but to support student needs such as teacher librarians, guidance counselors, mental health workers, school management, as well as non-staffing classroom costs like learning resource materials. The Special Education Fund, or SEF, supports, as we would expect, additional costs of the program, services, and equipment that students may require. It also supports the cost of most educational assistance. School Facilities Funds, or SSFs, supports the operating, maintaining, renovating, and renewing of school buildings. Student Transportation Fund supports transportation of students between home and school. And the School Board Administration Fund, or SBAF, this is tricky, supports the governance and administration costs for the operation of the school board itself, as well as parent engagement activities. The Core Education Fund will be phasing in the 2021 Statistics Canada census data over a 5-year period, impacting a number of allocations, including remote and rural, diversity and English language learners, demographic needs, safe and accepting schools, and special education. The use of the census data is to help ensure that funding better reflects and supports the on-the-ground needs of school boards. One-time funding will be provided to school boards to ensure that there is no negative impact on funding in the first year of the phase-in and to allow school boards to adjust their cost structures. Labor-related changes include updates to salary benchmarks for ratified collective agreements and remedy payments under Bill 124. Further changes to salary benchmarks will be made in September for the unannounced remedy payments still being contemplated at arbitration. There are no changes to salary benchmarks for principal and vice principal salaries. The Core Education Fund has also been updated to reflect revisions to student transportation funding, special education funding, and professional assessments. Specifically with student transportation, the fund has been revised to reflect the results of the 2024-25 routing simulations that were completed by consortia using common reference standards, to reflect updates to benchmarks for public transit, local priorities, and operations, and to establish new benchmarks for special purpose vehicles and contracted taxis that are used for transportation. There have also been adjustments to the special incidents portion and the specialized equipment allocation within the special education funding as well that have been made. Professional assessments have been transferred into core education as a permanent source of funding. In prior years, this funding was done through a PPF. The Safe and Clean School Supplement, which was provided as a COVID-19 funding measure, has been eliminated. The core education funding provides a 2% increase to the non-staff portion of benchmarks to assist school boards in managing the increase in commodity prices, including electricity, natural gas, insurance, and other costs. 2%. Due to the requirement that all secondary students must take one online credit, the per pupil allocation has been adjusted to assume that 32.5% of all secondary students will take one online course in 2024-25. The funded class size average for an online course is 30-1 versus an in-person funded class size average of 23-1. Transparency measures have also been implemented for certain allocations. So, for example, the use of the student safety and well-being allocation is now effectively enveloped. That funding must be used specific for that purpose. School facilities and student transportation expenses now have a total expense limit. Expenses cannot exceed the total funding generated through the Student Transportation Fund and the School Facilities Fund. Plus, you get a maximum of 5% of the total that is generated from the School Staffing Fund, Learning Resources Fund, and Special Education Fund. So that funding plus a little top-up. It's important to keep in mind that that top-up's not free. That's coming from unfunded or unenveloped areas of the core ed. Okay. If you're not compliant, boards will be required to submit a compliance management plan detailing how they will become compliant in subsequent years. Administrative spending is also subject to an expense limit calculated at $2.1 million per school board, plus 3.5% of each school board's total operating expenses. Again, that comes from unenveloped core ed funding. Enhanced reporting and accountability measures will be introduced in 2024-25. These include student transportation expenditures reporting and elementary and secondary class size compliance reporting. School boards who are non-compliant will be required to submit a class size compliance management plan in the first year of non-compliance. So moving on, this pie chart illustrates the provincial priorities that are identified through REPS, which is the Responsive Education Programs, or formerly PPFs. The total system allocation is $402.9 million. To date, $294.6 million has been allocated to school boards as part of the April 26, 2024 funding announcement. So again, you'll see on the left-hand side of the priorities, and on the right-hand side, it describes what the funding is intended to be used for. So literacy is for student literacy programs, early reading screening tools, and reading intervention programs. STEM is for STEM learning, supporting students in meeting provincial math standards. Supporting vulnerable students is intended for supporting those students, as well as youth facing barriers to success, students with special education needs and/or disabilities, as well as their families and educators. French language education is to support students in French language education programs. Mental health is to support mental health, well-being, student success, physical health, and safety supports. Student readiness is intended to support student transitions to the D-streamed grade 9 and transitions to post-secondary destinations. Operations, this is very descriptive. Supports, it provides supports to ensure the education system is running effectively and efficiently. However, I can tell you new to that priority includes support for critical school physical infrastructure renewals, upgrades, and installation costs to provide boards with greater flexibility to address and prioritize safety-based infrastructure needs such as security cameras, safety lighting, motion sensors, and vape detectors. And this funding will be available for 3 years. And then the last priority is Indigenous education, which we know supports the academic success and well-being of the First Nation, Métis, and our Inuit students, as well as building knowledge and capacity for all of our students. Any unspent funds in reps must be returned to the ministry at the end of the year. We are not allowed to carry that funding over. Boo. Moving on to BER. This is the building, expanding, and renewing school funding. The school renewal allocation has now been moved as part of the school facilities fund, so it's not capital funding anymore. However, the ministry has made it very clear that boards are to prioritize the spending under this allocation to address facility condition, ventilation, accessibility, health and safety, and general code requirements. It also cannot be used for any net new portables that would increase the number of portables in the board's inventory. There is a time limit for the expiration of the funding. The 2023-24 allocations must be spent and expire by March 31st, 2026, and the 24-25 allocations must be spent and they expire by March 31st, 2027. And trust me, we will have no problem spending that at our board. It will not expire. The debt servicing costs for capital programs has now been allocated to BERS. It was part of before the GSN. There are now signage requirements. All renewal, capital priorities, and childcare projects costing $250,000 or more, or have a project duration of 90 days or more, require signage to be placed on the school site. Funding for the signage is not provided by the ministry. I can't make this stuff up. Boards are required to upload pictures of the signage at each site to the ministry's asset reporting system. And that is a high level of the technical information that came out on the funding. I've put a couple of links there for people that want to see the memos that came from the ministry. It's public information. And then there's like a guide or a higher level summary for families and parents. And I'm happy to share this presentation with you as well.
So I'll start with questions. I know there's a lot. So I have Trustee Burgess and Trustee McKinley from this side. So go ahead.
So for the first question, because they're all for clarification, and I'm sure, thank you for that. I will look forward to your presentation, to look it over and everything else. Mike, I've got a lot of questions, but well, not a lot, but anyway, I want to ask about the student transportation fund, because that has been an ongoing and demonstrated and clearly, accountable. I mean, you couldn't hide anything in student transportation if you ever wanted to. We have a consortia. We have a very efficient consortia, a consortia that sometimes produces complaints that we don't meet the needs enough, and there's that disconnect in the ed act, whether you actually have a right to it or not, and all of that. However, if you can't spend any more, there's a budget, you can't spend any more, we typically are overspent in it. So does that mean we can go to unenveloped areas to, as we have kind of thing, pay for that? And in our consortia, we would have the largest bulk of that. Like, is that going to be a burden for us? I can see this as a real, like, it's already tough. So how I don't understand the logic. How's that?
Thank you through the chair. It's a burden. The ministry has provided additional funding towards, and you'll see in the next presentation that I give you, will tell you what the value of that additional funding is. The challenge is that the cost of fuel is very high, and most transportation consortium already have contracts in place with operators. And those increases year over year exceed the funding, because we mentioned it's a 2% update, exceed the funding. So it's going to put boards in consortium in positions where, as those costs escalate, the ministry is giving you an allocation, a limit to how much you can grab from your unfunded, or your unenveloped core ed funding towards that. After that, you're filing a compliance plan, and I'm thinking technically now you're going back to your bus operators and trying to renegotiate your agreements. Or you're changing bus routes, and we're following the core. I know people get upset and want more busing, but the guidance that WES uses to determine student transportation eligibility is those core reference standards that the ministry is put in place to determine the funding, and that all other transportation consortia use. So the walk distances, all those elements of it, is what WES is following. So our agreements expire at the end of the 24-25 school year with bus operators. So we'll be obviously working towards that to try and find some savings with respect to this.
Well, supplemental, Mr. Chair, I would just, there'll be other questions, but I would really flag this one for advocacy, and I'm sure that we already have it at OPSPA, I'm sure that, through your organizations and everything, but this is a bit of a recipe for failure. Unfortunately, it just doesn't make sense. And we know costs are going up. So the only way that this works is through cuts to services. So families have to know that there are going to be cuts in transportation if we are limited in not being able to access funds in order to meet the services or get the agreements with our service providers, etc. That's a flag to me, a big flag. And before we could at least, look at where we were going to cut services or whatever. This means transportation services. It doesn't make sense. They're going to be cut.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. Mayhew and I actually looked at that limit because we were a little bit concerned. It provides enough for our transportation, but I mean, it's your transportation and your school facilities. And remember, utility costs are going up 10, 15%. So it's the combination of those two relative to that limit that we have to be mindful of. So we think it will be sufficient, but at the same time, it's not new money. It's not additional funding. It's going back and using unenveloped core ed funding.
Trustee McKinley.
I'll keep it sweet. Can we get this presentation and your next presentation sent to us so we can peruse it more and absorb it? Thank you. I might have missed that before if you said it.
Absolutely. I was literally still writing one of them this morning, but certainly.
Trustee Hatfield, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, well, a million questions, but I'm just going to ask you one for now. So, do you have any guesstimate of what the impact might be of this census data?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will start, but I know Mr. Mayhew, who I need to acknowledge, has been working beyond between the budget and the Bill 124 remedy payments, him and his team and the staff from the Human Resources Department. So it's been challenging, so I just want to thank him, and I'm sure he can answer this in some detail, but we do get an element for local circumstances, but it's never been tied to census data. So based on the preliminary information that we ran, it looks like it's approximately 1.1 million more in funding, and it doesn't look like we're getting transition funding, right? Because the way our demographics are working in our region, these seem to be reflective of the changes in our community to the benefit of the board. So that part is very helpful to us.
So that 1 point something more, would that be in an envelope? Or
Through the chair, it's included in both the classroom staffing fund and the learning resources fund. It's split between those two funds. So some to help support direct staffing, to help students, to help them get the proper supports, teaching supports in the classroom, as well as the additional supports they may be needed that are outside of the classroom, such as guidance counselors, learning resource materials, and so forth.
Anybody else down this side? Trustee Buckler?
First, Julia saw the same red flag I did, but the second thing I didn't notice in any of this, and one of our biggest budgetary items is our spec ed. Are we seeing any help at all for our spec ed anywhere?
Thank you. Through the chair, that'll be in the next presentation. I would say there's about 1.3 million more, but it's because the staffing benchmarks have changed. It's not because it's new funding. So we're still in the same dilemma that we have been before.
Thank you.
Just a little. The one thing that just keeps rolling in my mind is he sees a problem with cell phones and vaping and doesn't see where we need the help in education with our spec ed. And we're losing tracks. I just don't understand.
Trustee Cheen.
Thank you, Chair. And I remember last time we talked about the carbon tax rebate. And is that possible that we either make a motion or send a letter to the ministry and ask for the carbon tax rebate? I think that might be helpful.
Through the chair, I think we had a conversation about that at the last Ops and Finance meeting, that type of advocacy was really probably beyond the board. I can suggest that that's a federal payment. Same thing with statutory benefits, which we've talked about before, the employer portion of CPP and EI. Those are federal payments, and those aren't even fully funded by the ministry. So I don't see where the provincial ministry is going to give us funding for the federal payment that is expected because of this.
Yeah, supplemental. I understand it's federal decision. And to my understanding, the provincial government, they oppose that. And if we send, advocacy or request letter to them, they may send our voice to the federal, and it might be helpful to solve this issue, because I don't think it's fair for the board to pay so much on that. Thank you. Can I ask for consensus to write the letter? Thank you.
Is there consensus for that letter?
So for me, the issues are the carbon tax and the benefits that are required by the federal government but not funded by our education funding. So it's that whole piece that we need to advocate.
Yeah, so I think what Trustee Cheen's asking for is a letter to go to the Ministry of Education to advocate to the federal government on the carbon tax and statutory requirements. Is that correct? Okay. So do we have consensus? If you consent to it, put your hand up. If you're opposed, put your hand up. Okay, so there's no consensus, Trustee Chin. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
It's actually, I don't have consensus to write a letter to the provincial government to advocate to the federal government and, join that bandwagon. We already kind of have. I honestly think that this is something for us in our organization, our provincial trustees organization, and our Canadian School Board Association, and for us to take a lead. The advocacy has to be, I think, a collective thing, like the Council of Ministers of Education or something like that. And we have done that before, but I think that's strong. We can copy the provincial government, we can copy our local MPPs, et cetera, but the MPs need to know about it, and OPSPA needs to know about it, and particularly even from our board, right? Like a letter from our board, so that could be distributed to all directors at OPSPA, and to bring forward, when the Canadian School Board Association members, of which we're hosting it this year, the AGM and the Congress. So it's about all of the ministers of education getting together. That voice for getting the benefits, the CPP and the EI, for us to get the money to flow, that has to flow through the provincial government. The feds have to do it. And the same thing with this other. So I don't have consensus just for the provincial government. I think it has to go through our professional organizations. And I would support that. I would support that letter and copying them, but it really needs to go to
Hold on.
our colleagues.
So we already had one letter that regarding carbon tax and federal benefits, checkoffs, I would call them, deductions, not being fully funded. I kind of see the carbon tax thing as a bit of a false flag, because it's not really that impactful as people seem to think it is. Yeah, we don't get the rebate, but people do, right? So I'm just trying to clarify what you're asking for, Trustee Burgess. Are you asking for consensus for a different letter?
I didn't give consent to just sending something to provincial government to give them, to empower them to say on behalf of Greater Essex, we'd like to say whatever. I think it's much more powerful since it's a provincial issue for all school boards, but it's federal money we're asking about. It has to flow through. I think that if we send a letter, it's to OPSPA saying this is a concern of ours, and are we advocating for it, et cetera, and we would like to see it raised, at the national level, et cetera, because it's a rebate basically that we deserve. It's like HST on fuel. That's always driving me crazy, right? How much HST is included in every bit of fuel that every school bus and whatever, that we should be able to get that. We don't. Like, there are some Fed money rebates that I think we should look at. So I would agree, but it's not the provincial government. It's OPSPA, I think, and OPSPA to advocate at CSBA. It's just the audience.
Trustee Chin?
I think we can add that suggestion in that motion that send not only into the provincial level, but also to OPSPA and the federal level. And I think it won't hurt that we send to more, yeah.
So you're looking for consensus on that?
She opposed, but she said she agreed.
Okay,
So
but
by
you need
adding-
100% consensus for that. And Trustee Burgess basically said this would be good for OPSPA to advocate for. So are you asking for another letter and you're asking for consensus? Because if that's what you're asking for, I'm not going to consent to the letter, because I don't think it's well placed, and my vice chair is nodding her head as well. So, but if you want, we can ask, and we'll ask the rest of the room.
I didn't ask for a motion or anything. I didn't ask for consent, but what I'm saying is why I didn't give consent, so that only one person has to oppose and you don't have consensus. So I just want to make sure that the advocacy lands in the right place with the most strength to make the point.
Understood.
So the first person and who gets copied is important. Anyway,
Understood. Trustee McKinley.
Just for clarification, I understand the idea is to make sure that our OPSPA director brings that to the OPSPA table on our behalf. I don't think we need a letter. I think she's hearing the message.
Okay.
Pretty clear, and we'll follow up when she goes to the next meeting.
I agree. Trustee Sipcar, you have a question.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I thought that OPSPA actually produced a really poignant and succinct news release, and I'd like to just read a part of it to, I think, further kind of encapsulate what Superintendent Armstrong presented tonight. So while OPSPA welcomes the recent new investments announced by the government, including new capital funding and student mental health supports for vaping and smartphone addictions, and increased student transportation funding, last week's announcement falls short of what is needed to ensure all students are set up to succeed. OPSPA's analysis shows that actual per pupil funding is increasing a small amount from $13,584 to $13,834, an increase of $250 or 1.8% year over year. This will not cover the increased inflationary costs in a wide variety of budget lines, let alone the rising needs of our students following the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2018, at the start of the current government's time in office, per pupil funding was set at $12,282. Since the height of the pandemic, per pupil funding has been trending down every year, further widening the growing gap in funding for public education. Funding, when adjusted for inflation, now sits at $11,506, a gap of $776 per student. This is the lowest level of per pupil funding in more than 10 years. With 1.3 million students in our English public system, this is a significant gap of more than $1 billion. Just like for families and businesses, all costs in school board budgets are going up due to inflation. As we have not seen a corresponding increase in funding, there will be an impact on students, said OPSPA President Kathy Abraham. School boards have budgets in which they allocate funds to buy goods and services. When the cost of these goods and services increases due to inflation, there is a direct impact on school board budgets. It's not just school boards noting these inflationary pressures. Other federations, People for Education and the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, and our own local unions, I would add, have all noted the past few years of funding increases do not cover costs, leading to cuts at the school board level. And so while I don't necessarily have a question attached to that, I thought maybe it could be a good transition comment into our budget and where our board is at.
Trustee Cheen.
Can I make comment regarding the OPSA? I think the carbon tax is different with inflation, and the budget is given by the provincial level, but the federal government, they still part of our budget by the carbon tax, because they increased a lot of that tax and increased our cost. But I don't think we should blame the provincial level regarding this part. This part is still by the federal government. So I do think that it's good for us to send any request to speak out our voice rather than waiting for others, waiting for OPSPA. OPSPA is just their voice. If each board sends their voice to the provincial government and to the federal, it will help. So I don't think it's the same. And what OPSPA mentioned didn't mention this point.
Okay, fair enough. So we're on questions related to the presentation, please. Are there any further questions related to the presentation? Trustee Burgess.
Thanks. And it's for clarification, Mr. Chair, through you. There was a piece there, and I got I heard it in the presentation, but I didn't understand it. Professional assessments, they were under PPF, and now they're under CORE, but I don't understand what they are necessarily, what that means, professional assessments. I can make it up in my head, but what are they? Why were they in PPF rather, and now in CORE? I don't, usually when they're in core, it's a recognition of something that is going to be more standing. Is that my understanding?
Trustee Burgess, the superintendent begs your indulgence, and she will get back to you on that question. Okay, so we're going to wrap up and move on. Trustee Sipcar said it in very clear terms of the effects of this budget planning on education. I'm so glad that education is so easily understandable now. And I'm so happy to say that 2% is easily not enough. And with that, we'll move on to item G2.
Thank you. I beg your indulgence because my back hurts, so I'm going to sit for this. So I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you a preliminary analysis of the impact of the Ministry of Education funding announcement on the board's 2024-25 budget. So I'll go over with you very quickly the current status of where we're at financially, the 24-25 projected enrollment, the 24-25 preliminary funding, and I say preliminary because we really are still doing a lot of the work right now, and we'll provide you information with respect to core ed, reps, and BERS. I'm going to use this so that you learn the acronyms. Then we'll talk about budget risks and challenges, and then our next steps. So for 23-24, the projected deficit remains unchanged at $8.9 million. Our current expenses are tracking in line with that revised budget figure. And the ministry has characterized this deficit as structural in nature. The in-year deficit elimination plan was approved by the ministry, and the board requires that we adjust our cost structures and balance the budget by 2025-26. Interim financial reporting is required now on a quarterly basis, and we just submitted the first reporting to the ministry on April the 30th. And of course, as you know, we just chatted about, the Ministry of Education made a funding announcement on April the 26th. So again, I just want to remind everyone that we have to balance our budget by 25-26. That's what the ministry has told us. If we continue to operate at our current expenditure levels, the accumulated surplus of the board will be depleted within 3 years. The projected current year's deficit will eliminate 1/3 of the accumulated surplus as of August 31st, 2024. So lots of numbers on here. I will share the slides with you. This slide highlights the projected enrollment for the 2024-25 school year with comparisons to the 2023-24 budget and revised budget and the actual enrollment for 2022-23. Overall, the board is expected to see declining enrollment for 2024-25. From an elementary panel perspective, a decrease of 340 average daily enrollment students is projected over 23-24's original budget. In comparison to the revised budget, elementary enrollment is projected to decrease by 714 ADE. From a secondary panel perspective, enrollment is projected to decrease for 2024-25 by 177.5 ADE compared to the original budget last year. The board is very conservative when projecting student enrollment. This is important because a substantial amount of the board's revenue is based on enrollment. The board's enrollment projections are based on those students who are known to be returning in September and known registrations at the time that we prepare the budget. The ministry has cautioned school boards to be conservative on their enrollment projections, particularly for students in JK and SK and international students, because they are seeing some trends where that will be going down. The board's declining enrollment will result in the board triggering the declining enrollment grant, which is time limited, and it's really just bridge funding that helps the board adjust its cost structures to the new enrollment levels. For our international students, this slide provides a preliminary look at those enrollment levels. We are still working with some of these projections. Again, the ministry has told boards to be very conservative with that. with these figures. I think in part because of some of the changes that are happening at a post-secondary level, particularly in the college sector, even though it does not directly impact us, we do see that there could be some potential implications to the board. With respect to the preliminary funding, this slide provides a more detailed look at what those figures are going to be for the core education funding for 2024-25, the responsive education programs, and the BERS. As you'll see, core education funding is going to increase by $5.6 million compared to last year. The responsive education programs is going to decrease by $1.7 million. Our capital funding, or our BERS, is increasing by a substantial $120,981. And the total change projected preliminarily for the board from a revenue perspective is just a little over $4 million. Again, we are continuing to refine this information, so when we come back to you with a draft budget, it may look a little bit differently, but we're not anticipating significant changes. It's important to note that while we are getting increased funding of the $4 million, this is primarily attributable to salary or to benchmark changes, increases in benchmarks. It's not new funding that's coming through from the ministry. So nothing substantive at all. On the next slide, I'm just breaking down here what the core education looks like under the 6 funds that are now part of that funding program. So you'll see we have classroom staffing fund, where we will be increasing by $1.6 million. The learning resources fund by $1.1 million. I'm being generous in the rounding. Special education, $1,382,092. That's all. Our school facilities fund, $482,000. Student transportation, $594,000. And our school board administration fund, $422,000. Again, this is primarily because of changes in the benchmarks that the ministry has put through for, say, Bill 124, collective agreements, and the non-staffing salary benchmarks, the 2%, to try and address changes in the funding formula. As well, projected enrollment does have an implication to this. We are a declining enrollment board based on what we're projecting right now. So that's reflective in these revenue figures as well. The classroom staffing fund and the learning resources fund also include the update for the 2021 census data. When we compare it to the prior year, as I mentioned, we did get some funding for our local circumstances, but now that it's tied to the census data, we actually have an increase in funding of $1.1 million split between those 2 allocations. Again, special education, that increase is strictly because of changes in the benchmarks. And student transportation, this funding increase is well below the projected expenses for the board. I can tell you without giving you an expense budget, because we have contract agreements that are signed, student transportation is going to cost close to $19 million. And our funding is only $16.8 million. So we're going to have to utilize unenveloped core ed to cover that difference. I feel like I wish I could bring happy things to everybody. I have a typo on here. This should be responsive education programs. It's REPS, not REFs. So this slide this is what used to be PPFs. So what we've done is we've outlined what the board's going to receive for reps based on what was announced by the ministry on April the 26th. And Sean has aligned what the former PPFs were to try and match this so we could give you a comparison. So it's been a little bit challenging from that perspective. As you can see from this first slide, there is new funding for critical physical security infrastructure, which I mentioned in the first presentation. That funding will be available for 3 years, and it's to support Safety measures, for example, like additional security cameras, monitors, vape detector sensors, things of that nature. That's available for 3 years, and that is a new rep for 24-25. Everything else is not new funding at all. You'll see we have a little increases and decreases. The next slide also provides you with a continuation of the reps that are available for 24-25. You'll note that the staffing to support de-streaming and transitions has been discontinued by the ministry. So that's a $1.9 million reduction in our reps, and that's why net, you'll see why we've substantially decreased by 1.6. Some of that is funded a little bit through core ed, like it is in other places, but it's come out of here primarily in its entirety, as well as any funding we had related to COVID. So we had some funding for staffing supports and to help with ventilation and things of that nature. That's gone as well. These are the BRRs. I don't know why I like that word. This is the capital funding that's been announced for 24-25. This is specific to our board. We are going to receive, and again, I'll send this to you, the board will receive an additional $101,000 in additional funding for temporary accommodations. So we're pleased about that. That brings our total board funding to $358.7 thousand, and that will help support temporary accommodations, meaning portables, primarily portables. The funding under the capital planning capacity remains unchanged year over year, so it's flat at $163,000. The board's funding allocation for the school renewal is effectively unchanged. We have a $7,000 increase, and our total 24-25 funding is $6.4 million. And the funding for the school condition improvement of $20.4 million increased by $26,000 over last year. So it's important, again, I have to emphasize this because there's not a lot of increase here, and it's helpful we've been building new schools, but at the same time, renewal needs, while some may be coming off, they're also aging and moving up the list. So it's really important to note that the ministry has instructed boards to prioritize spending for facility condition, ventilation, accessibility, health and safety, and general code requirements. Oh, where do I begin? Okay, budget challenges. Where do we start? So salary benchmarks reflected in the technical paper and in EFIS, which is the system that we input the budget into. They do not fully reflect the impacts of Bill 124. Consequently, school boards have been asked to estimate the salary benchmark impacts for expense purposes and to estimate the associated funding. The ministry does not plan on updating salary benchmarks for the full impact until August of 2024. This has created, I can't even begin to tell you, this has created substantial work for the finance department. And it may create variability amongst all school boards, as all 72 school boards are going to complete these calculations on their own, and we may not all do it the same way. And it's not just picking a group. I know that Mr. Mayu is going person by person to figure this out. So adjustments are definitely going to be required when we do the revised estimates in December because of this element of estimation that we're going through. There appears to be no meaningful funding adjustments to address supply costs and staff absenteeism. The board projected a $7 million unfunded cost in this area for 23-24. And while we continue efforts to address these factors as administration, it's anticipated that the unfunded expense, a similar unfunded expense, will result in 24-25 of the same amount. Student transportation expenses are projected to exceed the ministry funding by $3 million due to rising fuel costs and bus operator contracts that were negotiated for 2024-25. Increase in student transportation funding does not meet rising costs. bus operator contracts do expire at the end of the 24-25 school year, so there will be some challenges and difficult conversations as we work to come up with new agreements. As was indicated at the last Ops and Finance Committee meeting, utilities, electricity, and water costs are expected to rise between 10 to 15% in 2024-25. The non-staff benchmark has been updated by the Ministry of Education only for a 2% increase to address inflation and rising costs. Currently, administration is still assessing the funding impact on statutory benefits in 23-20, and it's difficult when we don't have a salary benchmark. We're doing the salary benchmarks for the ministry. So in 23-24, the employer's portion or cost of the federally legislated statutory benefits were not fully funded by the ministry, and we anticipate that will be the same this year as well. And the 24-25 special education funding is projected to increase by a modest $1.4 million, primarily attributable to updates and benchmarks. As we've talked about before, the board's program delivery is not contemplated in the funding formula by the ministry. And in 23-24, the board had a deficit approximating $10 million in this funding area. Due to projected declining enrollment, the board will be receiving the declining enrollment grant, which is intended to give the board time to adjust its cost structures for the lower enrollment levels. This funding is substantially reduced in the second year, which would be 25-26. And if enrollment is sustained at its projected level for 24-25, we're going to have to contemplate further cost reductions. There is significant, can you go back, Tammy? Sorry. Thank you. Additional budget challenges. There is significant work and pressure on the finance department due to the delayed timing of the ministry's funding announcement. The announcement release on April the 26th is 1 month later than the typical timing for the ministry announcement following the release of the provincial budget. With the significant reallocation of funding to new funds and priorities, administration has spent considerable time aligning the prior year's funding with the new funding model to assess the funding impacts for the board. Further, with the ministry not fully updating salary benchmarks and asking boards to make labor and funding provisions, a lot of additional work has been added. The board is administration is disappointed with the limited consultation on the changes to the Ministry of Education funding. We were provided with the new funding model from an informational perspective only, and that was myself and the Director of Education 2 weeks before the announcement came. And it was confidential that I couldn't even disclose it to Mr. Mayhew. Administration fully supports all efforts to make education funding more transparent and understandable to our school communities, but hope that the process would have been more collaborative. And I would be remiss in not acknowledging that with the added work that the budget now presents, there is also substantial work that the Finance Department is completing in partnership with the Human Resources Department on the Bill 124 remedy payments dating back to 2018-19, with no additional funding to do that work. Next steps. I can't give you expenses yet because we're still trying to calculate salary benchmarks. The submission for the budget is due in EFIS no later than June 28th. The ministry, in their graciousness, has not changed any deadline for us. So we are working on administration finalizing budget recommendations for your consideration, and we hope to bring them forward to the meeting of June 4th. Of course, that will depend a little bit on the progress of the work that we're doing. And the plan right now, tentative, is that we would bring the budget forward for trustee review, consideration, and approval on June the 18th. And with that, myself and Mr. Mayhew will be happy to answer questions.
Any questions from over here? No questions? Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had a question from before, so I'll use it now because it's still outstanding. And I didn't see it up there in the. We understand our special education delivery model is not supported specifically with this announcement of funding, but up there was supporting vulnerable students, and it mentioned a special education portion of that amount of supporting vulnerable students. But I wondered how much in that fund, under the, it was a rep. It was a rep, not a core. So spec ed is core, but in the rep there was supporting vulnerable students, and there was a spec ed portion. Like, do we know? Can we quantify what that is? I don't know. I don't know the. I mean, there was, I have a feeling it's like marginalized or there were barriers, etc. But there was a mention to special ed.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't believe it's enveloped. It's just used as an example for how that funding can be used, but I'll defer to Mr. Mayu, or we may need to get back to you to confirm, but I don't believe it's an envelope funding, so it's simply an example of how it could be used.
Trustee McKinley.
Yeah, just for clarification, you mentioned possible June 18th. Would that be an afternoon meeting as we've done in the past years, when it's on the same day as a board meeting later that night, like we've broken it up, or is that what the anticipation would be?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. We haven't made those determinations yet, so I'll have to speak with the director about that. And again, that's just a tentative date. It's a target. We're hoping.
Trustee Jean, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. And, we listed the reasons for the deficit. I saw there are two that we can actually do something to make changes. The one is the supply. The absenteeism is high, and we need a lot of supply teachers. And another is that the enrollment. I think the decrease of enrollment is that there is certain reasons, and if we make some changes about how to manage the board, maybe we can absorb more students, because I do hear many parents, they have concerns regarding the way that we do the education, and they have their concerns, so they withdraw their students from our board. So I think instead of just complaining that we don't have enough funding, we can do something to increase the enrollment. And also, as for the absenteeism,
Is there a question, Trustee Chin?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the supply. We have a lot of absenteeism. Can we do something, cooperate with the union, and to find some way to make the absenteeism rate lower, and in that way we can cut less teachers. That was consistent with what the union wants. So I think if we try to cooperate and do something to have less requirement of the supply teachers, and in that way we can keep our funding to maintain the formal teacher positions. So I wonder if that's doable. Thank you.
Madam Director.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So I'll start with the enrollment piece. We anticipated we would have declining enrollment, and it's not from people removing their children from our schools. It's that there's less children born to enter into schools, and we have a trajectory which comes in Superintendent Alwinder's report every year that we knew a decline in enrollment was coming. And I would agree with you that when we do build public confidence in public education, people will stay with us, and that means all of us together working towards that. not just administration. That includes trustees as well, about providing an exceptional education to children in public education. So we count on you also to do that as trustees. Second piece around...
Can I respond this?
Thank you. The second part about the supplies, all unionized employees, as well as our non-bargaining employees, are entitled to their sick leave plan. For unionized employees, it's negotiated centrally. We have no control over that. And I would like to say that we work exceptionally well with our union partners, and I would say probably one of the best in the province when I speak with all of my other colleagues, and I'm very proud of that as an organization, that we all work really, really collaborative together to try our best. It's not easy when people are struggling with mental health, when their children are struggling with mental health, it's impacting in families, there's chronic disease, there's all sorts of things. So to just say, get people to come back to work, that's a real challenge. And if you have any suggestions, I'd love to hear them.
Yes, supplemental.
If it's a question.
Yes, I did have, there is a union leader contacted me and perhaps other trustees and mentioned they want to discuss with us regarding the how to keep, lower the absenteeism. And I did, make suggestions that that we work together, but I think it was ignored. And another is that I have
Trustee Cheen, so I think the Director of Education made it quite clear that the discussions related to entitlements for teachers to take time off their absentee banks is not negotiated at this level. It's negotiated in Toronto at the central level. So your comment that we're not doing something here is inaccurate. So I'll ask you, do you have a question that you want to ask that's supplemental to what Director Houston has said?
I have supplemental questions. And I want to make clear what I did to lower the public confidence. I think I have different opinions. That's for the good of the board to improve. I don't think it's surprise. Okay.
Your question, please.
My question is that what I did to lower the public confidence. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I didn't say you specifically. I want to be clear about that. I said it's reliant on administration and trustees to build public confidence in public education, as well as the staff within the board. I never said you directly.
Can I make a suggestion?
No,
that,
Trustee Cheen, you were allowed one supplemental. You've had a question, right? You're only allowed one supplemental on the question, the original question. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other questions on the budget presentation? Trustee Sipkar, question, please.
I do have a question this time. I wrote it down. So you noted that we are getting the funding for declining enrollment. I was wondering what happens, because you said that it then decreases in year 2. What happens if we are wrong and we don't have declining enrollment? Let's say we have, an influx of families because of the big infrastructure projects happening in the region. There's things that have happened. I'm just curious, do we have to give that money back? Is there stipulations attached to it? And what happens if something reverses within the next 6 months?
We're going to let Sean speak because he hasn't talked at all. I know the answer, but it's cool.
Through you, Chair. That's accurate. Right now, according to our enrollment projections, we're entitled to get a $2 million of declining enrollment grant. You don't want to count on that at all moving forward in the budget process, though, because we're very conservative with our enrollment figures. If we have more kindergarten students enroll after the budget process, we usually see a spike in enrollment come revised estimates. We can't rely on that. We don't know what's going to happen. But should that happen, when we do our revised estimates, that funding could be eliminated completely. So as we move through this process, we don't like to count on it at all. And it also disappears in the next year substantially. So you can't count on it being continuous.
Yeah, as a supplemental, what appears to me is that even though we're getting this extra declining enrollment funding that is beneficial for 1 year, the issue that we're still struggling with is the per pupil amount is not increasing. So even if we were to get 1,000 more students, we would only get that same more limited amount for those students. Maybe there would be a little bit more wiggle room, but am I understanding this correctly, that it's still we're in a cut position even if we had exploding enrollment? Okay.
Just to clarify too, we did have declining enrollment last year when we did original budgets too, right? And then when we did revised estimates, we found that there were a lot of late registrations and so forth. So as Mr. Mayhew says, the funding isn't there when we submit in December, right? So that's why we're trying to be very conservative in not trying to rely or use it at all.
Trustee Buckler.
It might be concerned, and I'm sure it's Mr. Awander's as well, is this new EV plant's going to open so close to Tecumseh Vista, and we are going to obviously gain because they see the school, brand new beautiful school across the street basically from where they're working. I'm concerned about increased enrollment. I'm concerned about it out on the Renault line and getting that school built. I'm concerned about booming enrollment and knowing what budget we're getting for them and where do we go from there?
I can try through you, Mr. Chair. It doesn't reflect in the current year's enrollment because the school isn't open, so there'd be no funding that gets generated from that. So it's really not until those schools open and students start registering, and part of Mr. Superintendent Onwender's work will be looking at boundaries and establishing those to help ensure that we balance and right size the schools and generate the enrollment. But it has no factor at this point because Mr. Onwender does, Superintendent Onwender.
He's always planning. Is there any final questions? No, we're going to move on to sorry, Mr. Mayhew.
Just to answer a question that was previously asked about the assessments, professional assessments. So that funding has been correct. That funding has been moved into the core ed funding, which is used to be known as the GSN. So it solidifies that funding, and it typically continues on a go-forward basis. So we got that previously as a PPF in the past. That funding helps to reduce wait times. So it's to perform assessments such as speech and language assessments, psychoeducational assessments. So additional resources to perform those assessments.
Thank you. There were no delegations. There's no one on the speakers list. We have no new business. We have an operations update, which is an oral report. Are there any questions on that? Or are you going to present? Okay, she's going to present.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. This is very, very brief. I just wanted to update everyone on construction-related matters. So progress on Erie Migration District School and Beacon Heights Public School is going very, very well. These schools are on track to open for staff and students in September of 2024. Administration will be bringing forward the design and budget for the new school in Lakeshore for trustees' consideration and approval in June. And I believe there's a public consultation meeting scheduled in May. I don't have the exact date, but we'll provide that to you. The final construction closeout has been completed for the James L. Dunn Public School. Administration will be submitting a revised approval to proceed to the ministry, requesting additional funding of $569,556, of which $530,000 is for unique site costs due to environmentally impacted soil. There were some railroad ties that needed to be removed, and the excess soil regulation for the contaminated soil, and there were some poor soil conditions as well. So We've already spoken to the ministry capital analyst, and we will be moving forward with that. We have moved forward with that. As well, the final construction closeout has been completed at Eastview Horizon Public School. We will also be submitting a revised approval to proceed to the ministry, requesting the use of unencumbered capital, which is when we get funding for schools, but we don't use it all. We don't return that. We're allowed to keep it. Kind of sits in reserve. So we're going to be asking to use some of that to cover the project overage, which was $238,595. If you recall, this school was built during the COVID period, like really in that deep period. And that's when the material prices significantly escalated during that time. And it was really hard to get skilled trades, and that reflected in the cost of building the school relative to the funding we received. And then as part of that, also enrollment increased at that school during the construction period. So we had to do some adaptations to allow for portables and make some changes to the parking lot and the bus bay. So that's why we're going back for approval for more money. And then finally, we continue to work with the City of Windsor regarding the site plan control agreement for the addition at Northwood Public School. And right now, a conditional building permit has been issued by the city, and we continue to work on that with them. That's it. Thank you.
Trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, the 569,000, whatever it was for the specific unique site costs, etc., particularly about contaminated soil. So a new procedure came in about we had to test and we had to, deal with site things with contaminated soil, but we were told that there were, I don't want to get it wrong, that we wouldn't be reimbursed, that like it was a necessary thing for us. There was a new thing a couple years ago, with contaminated soil. We weren't going to get reimbursed, but now we're going to the ministry to try to recoup that. What's the chances of it? I guess the question is.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we've already had the conversations with the Ministry of Education, and their guidance was to submit the approval to proceed. I mean, it's a regulation in terms of the excess soil. It wasn't anything that was known or at the time when the construction was occurring or at the time when we purchased the property. And so we feel that we will be successful in getting that funding.
Try to understand. So we didn't know about it prior to, we knew it during. And therefore we think, okay, all right, thanks.
Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is regarding the tracks of the several schools, including Massey, Lakeshore, and some schools. And we know that we have huge concerns regarding that. May I know what's the situation now for that?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a motion that was made at the last board meeting that administration explore opportunities with community partners and municipalities. And administration is continuing to explore that, but there's no updates beyond that at this time.
Any further questions? Moving on to trustee question period. Trustee question period. Trustee question period. No questions. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? No notices of motion. Are there any announcements? Announcements. I have one. Given that May was a very busy month with all kinds of announcements, but May 7th is Occupational Safety and Health Day, recognizing the importance of supporting and nurturing a safe and healthy culture in every workplace. So shout out to all of our employees that work every day in the environment that they're working in, and those that contribute to making sure the environment is safe and supporting and healthy. So thank you for that. And with that, we will adjourn this Operation Finance Committee and move into the public board meeting.
Thank you. So we're back to the blue paper, the public agenda. Do we have, we're at item E. Do we have any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. Trustee Nelson, do you have some motions from private session?
Yes, G1 matter of property and H3 item of personnel from the chair's report. I'd like to move both at the same time. Do I have a seconder? Trustee Leclerc, all in support? And that passes. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you very much. The approval of the minutes from the public board meeting of April 2nd. Moved by trustee Leclerc, support by trustee Nelson. All those in support? All those in support? Yep. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We have no recommendations from our standing committees. Are there any notices of motion for public session? Anybody? No? Okay, then having concluded our business, I will declare the meeting adjourned and thank everyone for their time tonight. Thank you very much.